Sawadee-krab. Good morning, Professor Nini Liang and Professor Kampira Phap Intanu.
Very good morning.
Morning.
How's handsome dress but cannot camera on? Then Jeff. Okay.
Maybe a black color is not suitable for
Okay.
Saturday. Yes. Good.
Never mind, you can participate or interact.
Yes, right.
Nini live and afternoon sections in
Okay. Yes. My camera systems seems to be problematic with Zoom. Yes. But I have never got problems for Google Meet.
Okay. Good.
Yes. But anyway, I'm trying to connect it later on. Yes, during the webinar.
Okay. Professor Nini, are you in Mandarin now or in
Now
Yangon?
I go. Not in Bali, yes.
It's raining as well, no? Or another season's coming? The end of the rain now, right?
This morning it's raining heavily in Yangon.
Okay, they may not have flooding, right? Can you share your PowerPoint, right? Can you share screen as well today?
Yes, I have prepared for sharing screens, and there are two slides. The first one is for one, and after that we will have 10 minutes break, and then we will have second part. Yes.
Okay.
Professor Nini.
Hello.
Yes. I would like to ask. Usually, research in Myanmar is usually what is the main trend? Yes. What do researchers do most in the field of English language teaching in your country? Yeah.
Yes. So in our country, there are three big areas in doing research of ELT. So the first one is teaching literature, and the second one is applied linguistics, and the next one is English language teaching and learning situations. So, for example, we have more interest in English language teaching. So in ELT area, so most of the students or PhD scholars usually do in English language teaching, learning issues or problems or strategies for English language teaching learning situation. So these are the famous three areas of ELT.
I see. So in Burmese universities, okay, do they have both English education program and English program or business English program, like in my country and Buriram Rajabhat University? Yes, they tend to have both English education, yes, for the faculty of education, okay, and my program business English, both of the programs, yes, but are in different faculties.
Yes, more or less the same in our country. We don't have any English education program, but we have many English programs under the faculty of Department of English. So for example, we have business English programs, and we have English for tourism programs, and we have English for specific purpose, ESP, and also we have EAP, English for academic purpose. So there are many English programs under the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science or under the supervision of English program.
I see.
For tourism program, so we have undergraduate program only, and we don't have any master or PhD degree program. And also for EAP and ESP, so we have EFL PhD program only.
I see.
We are just preparing to open the master courses and PhD courses for English for business program and English for tourism program.
So, okay, for all of those English education programs or business English or English programs, okay, do they require their fourth year or last year students to take any exit exam or take any international exams like TOEFL, TOEIC to claim for the completion of their study?
Yes, in our country, the system is rather different from Thailand or other countries. So in our country, we have a matriculation examination. So that is one and only national examination in our country. So all the students who passed clearly in the matriculation examination, they can enter to the universities according to their marks obtained in their exam. So we don't have any entrance examination for university entrance.
I see.
We have to consider the application for the university due to the marks they obtained only in the matriculation examination. So they don't have to enter any sit for any university entrance examination or any, they don't need to submit any TOEFL score or IELTS score for entering the university.
I see.
So how many Thai students are there in PhD degree program? So you all together you have 6 people, 6 Thai scholars.
Yes, six,
Yes, I
six, six,
see.
6.
Professor คัมภีรภาพ
Then James.
Okay, do you usually visit the
Yes. Yes.
tomorrow
Say
is
it,
a big
say it,
match.
say
Yes.
it.
Tomorrow.
Not frequently, sometime, right?
Tomorrow,
will-
yes, yes, okay, I heard that tomorrow, yes, there's a big match.
Yes.
What we say, the rival, yes, rival between the local team and the visiting team from Bangkok. Yes, before, yes, the audience, okay, have to get at least 2 jabs of vaccination.
Yes.
But I am not sure about tomorrow if they try to make the procedures easier by allowing those who have COVID-19 test paper certificate to enter the stadium. I'm not sure about this.
I didn't get that news because they request only passing certificate to test that
Yes.
is free of COVID-19 can enter. That's one.
Yes.
I think you
But,
you can.
Yes. But the latest procedure announced by the SOBOK, yes, the Center for COVID-19, says that they allow stadiums throughout the countries to let people in, yes, with at least COVID-19 test, yes, test, yes, ATK is acceptable. Yes. Let us do. That's why I'm not sure if the Buriram Stadium, the Chang Arena, yes, adapts the latest news or not.
They will start order from Chang Arena because or they get around from Chang Arena and they apply in another stadium as well. Now they start around just only test COVID test results, not just compulsory 1 jab, 2 jabs or boosters, because they increase the number of the audience to participate in stadiums.
Yes, I see. Yes.
Because they in circuit as well today they have Porsche or Lamborghini or others race in circuit as well today.
Yes.
This weekend.
I'm checking. Yes. Okay. This afternoon, I will check the procedures, the stadium's procedures again. If they allow the audience with only ATK test, yes, maybe tomorrow I will be there in Buriram. Yes. Maybe I will.
Very well. Very well.
Yeah. Maybe I will be sitting, yes, beside Ajahn Sithisak or Ajahn Jida somewhere.
Ajahn Vipapon, she will join. Now the Ong Tu also play very well.
Yes.
The midweeks as last weekend also he assists, and the previous one also he assists. He quite play well in Buriram Mount. Myanmar players, his name Ong Tu in Buriram United as well. Okay, almost week now. Waiting for our deans. Very good morning. Ajahn Sithisak, Ajahn Vipapon, right?
Good morning. I'm
Okay,
sorry
good
that
morning.
I'm late.
Okay.
Good morning.
Yeah, because we'll start 9 a.m. chaps. We just come to warm up first. Warm up first. Okay, for my 2 questions, you can take your time until 5th November. Submit to my works. After these days, right? You have 5 or 6 days to well prepare and well organize for your answers. To just only 2 questions. Morning one and afternoon one. Not slightly marked, but try to well organize and well answers. That's right. But not be much serious during your attendance or lesson professor today. Just prepare all of you to take a look at another research related to ELTs or linguistics or in general around the globe, right? Very good morning, Mr. Dean.
Good morning, Dr. X.
สวัสดีครับมิงคาราบา
Very
มิง
nice
คาราบา
to meet
Professor
you.
Nini
Yes.
มิงคาราบา Okay, how many of energetic students at this time now? How many?
Just one guy not join now.
Who's that? Mr. Somyong, I guess.
Mr. Somyong, I think he's on.
I think we gave him a nickname, Somyong something else. What is his nickname that we gave to him last time? Somyong something. Yeah, Somyong Chomsky. Mr. Somyong Chomsky. Maybe he's on the way now, I guess. Dr. Mark, Dr. No may also be with us today because he just sent a message through our group line. Thank you very so much for joining these sessions. Dr. Namamin, please, can you show up your handsome face?
Not yet joined.
Ready? Because he's in a cartoon. Let me check. Okay, so just only Somyong Chomsky.
Yes.
I think he's on the way. Let me check. Let me check in the attendance of the student first. Siddhisak. Yeah. Thank you
Yes,
for coming.
Professor. Good morning.
And Sada, Jida is
Yes,
here.
ka.
Could you
Yes,
please show?
ka.
Oh, yeah, wow. You are very active today. Always active without migraine, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Ajahn Sirapapa from Surin.
Yes, I'm here.
It's raining in Surin now. No rain or with rains in Surin now.
It's getting cold.
It's getting cold. Okay, I don't think so. It's cold now because there are 3 seasons in
With
Thailand.
my aircon turned on.
Hotter and hottest.
My aircon
Cold
turned on.
it's cold for half day, and the rest will be other seasons. Then we have Panajantian. Thank
I'm
you
here.
for coming.
Yes, today I'm okay, but yesterday Corpus hurt me.
Okay, understood. Yeah, you'll be getting familiar with corpus linguistic within this life. I guess not next life. This life.
I
You
never
can
heard
do that.
before, so I spent so much time to
Yeah, that's right.
understand it. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe you
sir.
spend few days, few weeks to get familiar with corpus linguistic, but someone including Mr. Somyong and me in Compete spend one life to understand corpus linguistic. Not easy, yeah. It takes time. Ajahn Yudhijak also with us. Any technical problems from Roy?
Yes.
Okay now, no problem.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes, still.
Okay. So get ready for our very special class today. Who is next? Next will be Mary. Ajahn Mary.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you work 7 days a week, not just only with Thai colleagues, but also Indian colleagues as well, because last few days we had a meeting, a special seminar with Indian friends. And so Mary also there, right?
Yes, sir.
I saw you on the screen, big screen, big face, big screen. Okay. Next will be Yimon Show.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning,
I'm
Karaba. You also attend the
Karaba.
Indian seminar, yeah? You also attend the seminar hosted by
Yes.
yeah. You forced by Professor Nini to attend this, or you happy to attend the seminar by yourself, or you forced by Professor Nini? I think you forced by Professor Nini to attend different seminars.
Yes.
Not forced. She always motivate you, right? Encourage you to participate different academic activities. It'll be good for you to develop your academic careers in the future. Okay. Next will be
she is also
Ima.
Ima.
Ima. I like your background very much. That is pagoda, I guess. JD pagoda. Is Yangon or Manare? What is the name of pagoda? Very nice pagoda.
The background photo is the picture of the cancer.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sadhu. Yeah, Sadhu.
Okay.
That means pagoda, yeah. And last one is on Marvin. On Marvin.
Yeah, yes, teacher.
So now you are associate professor, all right? After PhD, you are going to be a full professor, like a Professor Nini, I guess. Now you look like a professor.
Thank you, yeah.
Because normally professor wearing glasses like this, we read a lot and our size very short. So Ajahn Vipaporn, Imama, I would recommend you to wear glasses like this if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be a professor. You can't be professor without glasses. Okay, Ajahn Siddhisak can be professor.
I will try my best to wear the glasses.
Yes. Oh wow, Ajahn Vipaporn got very special glasses, big glasses, superb professor, I guess.
Super big.
You're going to be superb
Yeah, I
professor
want to be professor.
very soon. Big eye glasses. Okay, now it's time to commence our very special class today. Ajahn Gida, you'd like to be a professor? Please don't forget to wear glasses. All right. classes will help you a lot. Okay, today we are very fortunate to have a special invited speaker. I think not easy to have her with us. She's very busy, and also now she's getting young. So sometimes she have to take care of herself. Like me, I'm getting young. Professor also getting young, not getting old. I mean our hearts getting young, but our body is something change. So Professor, you have to take care of yourself very well, because we have a lot of things to do together in the near future. All right, and today we are very appreciate in variable time spared by our guest speaker to deliver a very special topic relevant to linguistics, that is applications of advanced linguistics in ELT research. That's very interesting indeed. All right, and I'm very certain that from the beginning until the end of the session of our guest speaker, you will get a lot of things. I'm very sure that she can answer all questions raised by you. Okay, if she cannot answer the question, some question, I will ask Ajahn Kampi, Dr. Kampi to answer the question, because this is a part of Dr. Kampi, not mine. Okay, so Dr. Kampi must take responsibility together with Professor Nini. All right, I just observe her. All right, okay. Professor Nini, I would like to inform you that BRU is going to have the 5th International Conference during 14, 15, and 16 February. All right, next year, next 4 months, I guess. And all of our students here, 10 students, they are going to present a paper at this conference as well. Promise? Yes or no? Promise, yeah.
Yes.
I don't want to get the big paper, but small paper will be okay. It might be a part of my subject. It might be a part of Professor Nini's lectures. So it's a very good starting point for you to get your paper published, maybe in the conference proceedings, before sending it to get published in Scopus Journal. So I highly hope that all of these 10 students, they are going to get their paper published in Scopus. Dr. Kampi, can you do this for us? Dr. Kampi,
Sure.
he has academic network throughout the world, okay, throughout the world except Thailand. He got his friends from different universities around the world who is the editors of Scopus Journal. So I don't think it's a problem for us to get our paper articles published in the journal. It's a requirement for PhD student that you have to get your paper published in accredited journals, Scopus or TCI or something like that. So Professor Nini also will be our, I mean, can be, what's that, reviewer, right? Peer reviewer to help us to carry out academic works, all right? And not just only Professor Nini. Professor Nini also please, we are going to send you the official invitation letter to be a co-host of this conference in February. And I think at that time the COVID-19 pandemic disappeared already, I guess. So if it's like that, that would be good for us to get together at BRU. All right. And in the afternoon session, we also have very well-known professor from India. Professor Nini, if you are available in the afternoon, you are also invited to join this session carried out by Professor Gambi from Manipur University. All right. So now it's good time. Not just listen to our professor only, because Dr. Kampi also assigned you to write something relevant to the lecture title today. Okay, not don't sleep during the class. All right. And Professor Nini, please feel free to take a break. If you think that your students, their black hair become gray hair, a lot of wrinkles on their face, or if like this, you can stop for a while and let them go to take a break, have a coffee, and the thing will be better. That depends on you. You can manage your class freely. All right. So I'm coming today as the head of the ELT program. Actually, this is a part of Dr. Kampi. All right, Dr. Kampi parts this time, but I'm coming to welcome our guest speaker on behalf of ELT program. And after that, I will disappear with my camera turned off, but I still be with you until the end of the session. All right. So on behalf of ELT program, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, on behalf of our President, Associate Professor Malini Yatupama, so she sent a message, thankful message to Professor Nini as well. We'd like to thank you very so much to our guest speaker today for sparing in valuable time to give a very special and interesting topic to our PhD student in ELT. So I would like to invite all of you, please join me in giving a big applause to our guest speaker, Professor Nini from Mandalay University, Myanmar.
Thank you, thank you.
So now, Dr. Kampi, will you say something, or just let's Professor Nini comment on her slide? Okay, please. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So let me share my screen. So good morning, Dr. Akrapon, so Dr. Buriram interview and everyone. So thank you so much for your kind introduction, Dr. Akrapon. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today. So it's a great pleasure for me to talk to you regarding the topic on the application of advanced linguistics in ELT research. So this is a subject in which we should all be deeply interested in our professional field, so that I also have specialized in for over 30 years. So firstly, let me express my appreciation words for PhD curriculum committee members of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Buriram Rajabhat University for your energy and time to have today's lecture. So firstly, let me introduce myself. I'm Professor Nini Rai from Myanmar. More specifically, I am from Mandalay City. I was born and raised there. I have been teaching English for over 35 years now, ever since I graduated from the University of Yangon with a master's degree in English. So I love to pass on my knowledge to younger generations in a fun and creative way. So let me start with the question of what is linguistics in your own words. So this is a very simple question for you, since you all have attended the many more lectures from Dr. Akrapon or Dr. BB. So what is linguistics? So linguistics is a systematic study of structure and evolution of human language, and it is applicable to every aspect of human endeavor. So this is linguistics. And now let me move on to the definition of linguistics. So definition of, if we consider the definition of linguistics, So it is the study of human speech, including the units, the nature, and the structure and the modification of language. So the traditional areas of linguistics analysis include phonetics, phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. So here, I think that we should discuss regarding advanced linguistics. Here, we always usually say about linguistics and areas of linguistics, definition of linguistics. But so today, I'd like to say something about advanced linguistics. The advanced linguistics is an interdisciplinary field which identifies, which investigates, and which offers solutions to language-related real-life problems. So some of the academic fields related to advanced linguistics are education, psychology, anthropology, and sociology. So now let me move on to the question, who are the famous linguists or language philosophers of modern times? So a linguist in the academic sense is a person who studies natural language, that is, an academic discipline known as linguistics. So linguistics study, describe, and explain the human faculty of language. So modern linguistics as a field began to develop in the 18th century. The discipline of linguistics was further enriched in the late 20th century by the emergence of the likes of Noam Chomsky, William Leopold, and Michael Halliday. So while Chomsky made pivotal contributions to generative grammar, Halliday worked on systemic functional linguistics and also modern linguistics. So this is my part one of the lecture, and this part will provide you information about the life and works of some famous linguists. So let me present for some famous linguists. The first one is Abraham Noam Chomsky, who was born on 1928. So Noam Chomsky was one of the most cited scholars alive. So he is also a major figure in analytic philosophy and one of the founders of the field of cognitive science. So he is a professor of linguistics and is the author of more than 150 books on topics such as linguistics, war, politics, and mass media. So Chomsky is one of the world's top intellectuals, and he has written more than 100 books on linguistics. And the second linguist is David Crystal, who was born on 6 July 1941. So David Crystal was a researcher and working on the survey of English usage. He is very famous in the field of English usage. So he was an honorary professor of linguistics at Bengal. He retired from full-time academia. He works as a writer, editor, and consultant, and he contributes to television and radio broadcasts. So his association with the BBC ranges from a BBC Radio 4 series on language issues to, more recently, podcasts on the BBC World Service website for people learning English. So his many academic interests include English language learning and teaching, clinical linguistics, forensic linguistics, language depth, and lucid linguistics, style, English genre, and lexicography. So in 2013, Myanmar, one delegation of Myanmar went to Cambodia to attend a teaching English by radio program sponsored by BBC. So I was one of the members of this delegation, and we have studied in Cambodia, so how to teach the primary school children for listening English, for reading English, and for writing English. So these programs are sponsored by BBC, and the main scholar is David Crystal. So he can do many projects collaborative with BBC programs in the worldwide. So the next one is Geoffrey Leech. So Geoffrey Leech was a specialist in English language and linguistics. He was the author, co-author, or editor of over 30 books and over 120 published papers. So his main academic interests were English grammar, corpus linguistics, stylistics, grammatics, and semantics. So according to Leech 1981, linguistic context refers to the linguistic setting in which a word occurs. So to put it in details, it refers to the words, clauses, sentences in which a word appears, and it may also cover a paragraph, a whole chapter, and even the entire book. So the next person is Roman Jacobson, 1896 to 1982. So he was a pioneer of structural linguistics. So Jacobson was one of the most celebrated and influential linguists of the 20th century. He developed revolutionary new techniques for the analysis of linguistic sound systems, in effect founding the modern discipline of phonology. So Jacobson went on to extend similar principles and techniques to the study of other aspects of language, such as syntax, morphology, and semantics. So the next one is Edward Spear. So Edward Spear was born on January 26, 1884. So Spear suggested that man perceives the world principally through language. Here, so I like to have some discussions from the PhD scholars on this statement. So I'm going to repeat it. Man perceives the world principally through language. Man perceives the world principally through language. This is said by Edward Spear. So how do you understand this statement? So please elaborate. So one by one.
Please let me share, teacher.
Yes.
For me, only men can use the language powerfully.
Yes.
Unlike animal or other, although animal use their language, they cannot use language very well like men. I think, teacher.
Thank you. Thank you. So next. Who will be the next presenter regarding this statement? Yes.
Cultural background and behavior of man.
Cultural background and behavior of man. Okay. Okay. And next.
May I share?
You go first.
Yes, go ahead.
You go first. So in my mind, let me share my opinion. So according to the Edwards panel, language is a purely human and non-instituted method of communication. Our ideas or our emotions and our desire by means of a system or voluntarily produce symbol. And then we can communicate more than our culture, and we can share and exchange different societies and different cultures, because we can only do because we are human beings. That's why we will be the communicator of the languages. Thank you, DJ.
Thank you.
Yes, teacher. May I share my idea? I am Ima. Yes, as soon as I heard about this, I recognized my experience when I was a student. In the Frenzy, the topic submitted by me, you once told me that it is connected with the humanity overwhelmed in our society. And when you once told me this, especially the teacher humanity, we must not be machinery. In China, there was a time they test to replace the human teacher by the robot, but it's not success. They replace the work of the teacher in the work of the robot teacher instead of human teacher. A robot teacher can stand on the stage and he read K-I-C-K, kick. At once, he kicks the ball with his own feet in front of the stage. That is exactly as what he said, but it's not effective to the students. It's not fulfill their expectation. I think it's because of machinery. We people are humanity. If the students are not interested in our lecture or not, or if the students are sleeping or not, it can be fed by human teacher. So I understand like this, teacher. Thank you.
Thank you. So next one. So maybe from Thai scholars.
Okay, Professor Nini.
Yes.
The question is the communication or the language can produce by human only, right? Yes. For me, I think the human beings or the animal or
Louder, please.
Oh, yes.
Yes, louder, please.
Okay. For me, I think both human and animal and all beings in the world can communicate with the language, because the language consists of the verbal and non-verbal language. Yeah, so they can communicate to each other, yeah, through maybe the words, the sentence, or the actions that communicate to each other. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Professor.
Yes.
Okay,
So I
I
like to
would like.
listen from each and every person.
Okay.
So for this statement is very important. As man perceives the world principally through language. Man perceives the world principally through language. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to support what Ajahn Siddhisak said. Yes. Okay, man and other animals can produce the language, but the language of human beings is more complicated than animals, and we have systematic language system. Yes, that's why the science of language should be learned, and that's why linguistic is important in the field of language education. Okay, this is my brief idea about human and linguistics. Yes.
Thank you. Next. Who will be the next presenter?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
For me, sir, Professor, for my idea about human and linguistic, human is the people in the world have to use the language to communicate with each other. We use the structure of sentence to communicate. But for linguistic refer to the study of language that humans use to communicate with others, and there are so many languages in the world, so that linguists have to study about language. What is the same characteristic, and what is the different characteristic between each language? For the same characteristic of the language, every language have to have the sound that is the smallest units that refer to the meaning. For the next one is the word or morpheme. Every language has morpheme, its own their language, and then the morpheme or the word of the language have to use to relate in the sentence. If that is small units or is small group of words that we call phrase, when the many phrases or many words come together and that has meaningful, that is sentence. This is the characteristic of each language that have the same. This is for my opinions. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And next one.
I think that human language and animal language is different because like what Ajahn James and Ajahn Mon said that the human language are more systematic and it has many rules. So it's related to linguistic, the rules of English, the study of language, and it has a more complicated way to communicate than animals. So and what Ajahn Somyong said also, I also agree that in language has many characteristics, and each language has their own morph and their own words, their own meanings. So it's harder to learn.
That's all.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So next one. I think one or two scholars left for discussion. Who's done? Who will be the next?
Okay, let me share just only my opinion because
Yes.
as I know, I have a few knowledge. I have a little knowledge about linguistics, so I want to try to study about linguistics. I'm sorry. As I know, I think everybody use language. That's right. Human use language, but I think just only not many people or not many people who know about who understand the linguistic. That's like me, because at first I don't care about linguistics, because I think when I was born and I learn about the surrounding and I can speak and I think this is enough for me at first, professor. At first I think that, but when I become an English teacher, I know linguistics is very important, because English teacher have to know, English teacher or every teacher who teach a language, they have to know about the linguistics, because if they know it can prove, it can find the ways to teach the student understand clearly, or I think sometimes we know language, we can speak, we can communicate, but we don't know how to, we don't know the depth of language, and we don't know the like the component of language. I think that's why I continue to study about linguistics. And when first of all, when I have seen the I have seen that you show me about many famous people, but I just know because when I continue my master degree, I have no just only the I think just only who is the famous in about reading field, but this is about linguistics. I just know about Noam Chomsky. I just know, but I wonderful about it. I wonder. I think it's very fantastic for me and very nice. And today I'm very glad, and I want to learn more from you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And let me share, teacher. And language is very important. If we can communicate well, we can be successful. Yes, teacher.
Okay, thank you. And who's for discussion? Is there anybody?
Okay, Professor, I have a question.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Maybe my question is not about your talk, but I just would like to know. Okay. The science of human language. Okay, we call linguistics. Yes, linguistics that we are talking about today. How about
Yes.
animals? Okay, as we believe that animals have a language for themselves. Okay, do we say the science of animal communication, linguistics, like human?
So in my own,
Do we use the same word?
yes.
Yes.
In my own opinion, so linguistics, the term linguistics can be used for human language, not for animal language. Since
I
there
see.
are many differences between human language and animal language. So it's very
I
clear.
see.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much.
So thank you for all the discussions from the PhD scholars. So you all have discussed based on your own background knowledge on linguistics. So thank you for that. So some of you have discussed based on the differences between human language and animal language. And some of you have discussed based on the linguistic knowledge. And all the discussions are very satisfactory. Thank you for that. So let me continue my lecture. So here, Edward Sphere. So Edward Sphere suggested that man perceives the world principally through language. He wrote many articles on that based on relationship of language and culture. So a thorough description of a linguistic structure and its function in speech, he explained the diverse behavior among peoples of different cultural backgrounds. So he also did considerable research in comparative and historical linguistics. So let me move on to the next person. Is Benjamin Lee Wolf. So Benjamin Wolf was a US linguist. So in addition to his version of linguistic reality, Wolf introduced the study of phonology, and he formulated covert grammatical categories which explained the role of grammar in modeling reality. So in his initiative, Wolf asserted a close interrelationship among language, culture, and thought, integrated wisdom and esoteric traditions, and he incorporated interdisciplinary research into linguistics. That is very important. So in my second part, I'm going to present you a research paper which was done by me with a joint China professor, and so this is based on the interdisciplinary research into linguistics. So Benjamin Wolf's writing suggested much current research in cultural studies, cognitive psychology, and anthropological linguistics. So a hypothesis was first advanced by Edward Spear in 1929 and subsequently developed by Benjamin Wolf that the structure of a language determines a native speaker's perceptions and categorization of the experience. So we have to consider these two scholars in parallel. So Edward Spear and Benjamin Wolf. So I hope that you have heard the term Spear-Wolf hypothesis in your master class. And so in our country, we have Spear-Wolf hypothesis to be taught in master degree level. So this is a very famous hypothesis in linguistics. And the next person is William Leibov. So William Leibov is an American linguist and widely regarded as the founder of discipline of variationist sociolinguistics. So he is very famous in the field of the study of sociolinguistics. He has been described as an enormously original and influential figure who has created much of the methodology of sociolinguistics. So he is a professor emeritus in the linguistics department of the University of Pennsylvania and pursues research in sociolinguistics, language change, and typology. So he retired in 2015, but he continues to publish his research. So William Leibov, so we can use the theories proposed by William Leibov in the research field of sociolinguistics. So these are some famous linguists I'd like to present for your research studies. So now let me move to the linguistics and English language teaching. So this is the area I'd like to highlight, linguistics and English language teaching. So before we discuss linguistics and English language teaching, so I'd like to ask you a question. What is the structure of language? What is the structure of language? How do you understand this question? What is the structure of language? Okay, so please discuss regarding this question. What is the structure of language?
Let me share my ideas, please.
Yes.
So in my mind, I think the structure of language includes how to learn phonemes or morphemes or lexeme, or how to structure the syntax and context. Because I think these are the major components of the structure of language. That's why how we can structure, how to create the sentences, and then we can work all together to create meaningful communication among individuals. Yes, thank you, teacher.
Thank you.
Yes, teacher, for me, I think first we have to combine to make language to be a meaningful word. But behind the language, we have another meaning. For example, thought. When we say a word, behind the word, we will have to realize that there may be many meanings behind the what we have said. I think these all are the structure of language, teacher.
Thank you. One,
Yes.
Excuse me.
The structure of language is grammar, and the components and is vocabulary. And a language is a structured system of communication used by humans. Yes, teacher.
thank you.
Yes, sir. For me, I would like to share idea about what is the structure of language. The first, I agree with Ajahn Omawin because the structure of language have to discuss about grammar, and the structure of the language refer to the relationship between each component of word in the sentence. In linguistics, we call the syntax. Syntax is the important to explain about the structure, because syntax refer to study between the relationship between of word in the sentence. This is important to study about structure in language. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
For me, there are components of language structure. It's the content is like how to use it, and the use is the actual use of the language.
Yes.
Let me share.
Yes, come on.
In my opinion, I'm sorry, finish or not? Okay, in my opinion, I think the factors of language. What is the factor of language? In my opinion, I think the prior linguistic knowledge. I mean the background of linguistic knowledge. That means if the student know, if the student have the knowledge, have background knowledge about this, it will easy to teach them. And moreover, about motivation. Motivation, that means student need or learner needs. If they need, they will, it can motivate them to study and will be better. Moreover, linguistics is important as you show us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One more, please, to share your ideas.
Okay, Professor.
Yes.
Okay. For me, if I don't look at the technical terms, okay, for me, for the structure of a language, what is the structure of a language? I would say the structure of the language is consisted of, okay, one, the meanings, and two, the tools, okay, the tools to convey the meanings. Okay, for example, in my opinion, the sound, okay, when we speak, and the alphabets, the words when we write, they are the tools to convey the meanings, convey our idea from the sender to the receiver. Okay, and also the communicators, the sender and the receiver of the messages are also in the structure of the language. Okay, this is my own general definition of what the structure of a language is. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Professor, I would like to share some ideas as well.
Yes.
I think the structure of the language from the past, the human beings may communicate with each other by using the symbol. So I think the language consists of the symbol. Yeah, the first one, and another one is the purpose. Yeah, the purpose to communicate with each other. So what is the purpose? And then use the symbol to convey the meaning to communicate. Yeah, that's the language. Thank you.
Thank you. So one or two scholars left.
Yes, teacher. May I share my idea? So, from my opinion, the structure of language refers to the ability of human beings on producing and comprehending both spoken and written words. I think so, teacher. Thank you.
Who's left for discussion? Whose turn? Okay, for me. So, what is the structure of language? According to the linguists, 5 major components of the structure of language are phonemes, morphemes, lexemes, syntax, and context. All these 5 pieces are included in the structure of language. So these pieces all work together to create meaningful communication among individuals or between the sender of the message and receiver of the message. So between the interlocutors. Yes. So now let me move on to the advanced linguistic theories, approaches, and methods. So after we have studied some of the names of the famous linguists, and we have discussed about the structure of language. Now it's time to discuss the advanced linguistic theories, approaches, and methods, focusing onto the application of doing research. So according to the linguists, there are many advanced areas of study in linguistics. The first one is computational linguistics. Yes, the first one I'd like to mention is computational linguistics. So it is the statistical and or rule-based modeling of natural language from a computational perspective. So this will be broadly discussed in my second part of the lecture. And the next one is context linguistics. So context linguistics is the study of the ways in which languages influence one another when people speaking 2 or more languages or 2 or more dialects interact. And the next area is called descriptive linguistics. Descriptive linguistics is the work of analyzing and describing how language is spoken. And the next part is historical linguistics. Historical linguistics is the study of language change. And the last one is language acquisition. So the language acquisition is the study of acquisition of language, study of acquisition of language. And the next one is very usual. So you have to study from your undergraduate classes to the master's classes, and then now you are studying morphology in your PhD class. So morphology is the study of morphemes, the smallest units of grammatical meaning, such as inflection and affix. So the next area is phonetics. Phonetics is the study of the sounds of human speech. And then after phonetics, we have to study phonology. Phonology is the study of the sound system of a specific language. And then we have studied grammatics. Grammatics is the study of the ability of natural language speakers to communicate more than that which is explicitly stated. And the next area may be prosody. So prosody is the study of the rhythm, stress, and intonation of the speech. And the next, you are very familiar with this term, psycholinguistics. So psycholinguistics is the study of psychological and neurobiological factors that enable humans to acquire, to use, and to understand the language. And the next area is very common to you. So that is semantics, the study of aspects of meaning as expressed in language or other systems of signs. So this is semantics. And the next one, sociolinguistics. Sociolinguistics is the study of the effect of any or all aspects of society on the way language is used. So the next one is syntax. Syntax is the study of rules that govern the structure of sentences and which determine their relative grammaticality. And the last one is typology. Typology is the study of the classification of languages according to their structural and functional properties. So these are the introduction to the advanced linguistic theories, approaches, and methods. So the linguistic theories in the field of grammar includes phonology, morphology, syntax, and lexicology. So under the title of the advanced linguistics theories, approaches, and methods, so you have to study theories in linguistic semantics, theories on cognitive linguistics, and theories on psycholinguistics, and theories in linguistic grammatics, and theories in variational linguistics and sociolinguistics, so theories in historical linguistics. These are the areas, so you have to focus in your linguistics module. So this is the end of my first part lecture, and in my second part, I'm going to move on to how to use the advanced linguistics theories, approaches, and methods in ELT research. So now we will have 10 minutes break during the session. So short break for 10 minutes to help us physically and mentally relax. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
teacher.
Thank you, teacher.
Yes, good morning again. Welcome to my class.
Yes,
Good morning.
teacher.
Morning, teacher.
Let me start my part two lecture. Applied linguistics has two definitions. The first one is narrow sense, and the second one is broader sense. So in narrow sense, this discipline mainly studies intercultural communication terms and language teaching, mainly focusing on the internal research of linguistics. So narrow sense of applied linguistics focuses on the internal research of linguistics. Internal research of linguistics. However, in broader sense, applied linguistics has been fully utilized in sociology, psychology, philosophy, and logic. So let me share my So, in broader sense, applied linguistics has been fully utilized in sociology, psychology, philosophy, and logic, and has a certain guidance significance to the design of professional terms in various disciplines. So therefore, scholars generally agree that applied linguistics is a discipline to solve linguistic problems. In recent years, the appreciation of applied linguistics in language teaching has been expanded and effectively enhancing the practicality of linguistics. So in 2012, while I was attending a language training in Beijing, China, we, with my professor, He Xing from School of Foreign Languages, Shanxi Dadao University, Dadao, China, and me from Mandalay University, Myanmar, have done a joint research on English vocabulary teaching, which is an extensively important part of English language teaching. So let me present this research as an example for application of advanced linguistics in ELT research. This is my only and one example for the application of advanced linguistics in ELT research. So English language teaching is extremely important part of English language teaching. English vocabulary teaching is an extremely important part of English language teaching. So, do you understand regarding this statement, vocabulary teaching is an extremely important part of English language teaching. So if you agree, why you agree? If you don't agree, why don't you agree? Please share your ideas. This is the reason for choosing such kind of topic for a joint research. So our country, Myanmar, is an EFL country, and also China is an EFL country. So they study English as a foreign language, and we study English as a foreign language. So we have the same context. So the context is very important here. So we choose this topic to be researched. So let me share your idea.
Teaching vocabulary is very important. I agree.
Thank you.
And vocabulary improves all areas of communication: listening, speaking, reading, and writing.
Professor?
Read the statement, yes.
Okay, I agree with Ajahn Marvin. Yes, for research on English vocabulary teaching, I do agree with trying to get students have bigger vocabulary, because vocabulary is the medium in every skill, and every skill needs vocabulary. And in my own teaching, I would try in every course I teach, I would try to make my students to know, yes, as many new vocabulary words as they can. They don't need to pronounce correctly, and they don't need to even spell. Okay, at least if they see the vocabulary and they can remember what their meanings are, they can read and they can understand text in all subjects and in everything they read. So I think vocabulary is important. If they have bigger vocabulary, they can go bigger and they can go wider in the English world. Yes, this is my idea.
Thank you for sharing your idea
Can
based
I-
on your own experience. Thank you. Next one.
Can I please share
let
mine?
me share.
Once I read about vocabulary, it said that if a student doesn't know grammar, they can still communicate, but without vocabulary knowledge, nothing can be conveyed, because vocabulary it's one of the ways to communicate. Without grammar, you can use some words to communicate and to let other people know what you want to do, right? But without vocabulary, if they don't know any vocabulary, they cannot communicate at all. So it is very important, and it's very important to do research in English vocabulary, and also how to teach vocabulary in an efficient way for the student to learn a good way to use vocabulary and understand. So it's very important to do research in English vocabulary teaching. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one.
Let me share my idea, please. Here, I'm totally agreeable with this statement. Here, I'd like to highlight for the two main reasons. The first one is vocabulary is the basic and the foundation of the other skills in English for listening, speaking, reading, and writing. That's why this is the fundamental and the key components of learning English. And next reason is it is the variety or effective teaching methods, because the more words we know, the better we can understand the context in learning language. That's why it can increase or it can improve our ability to learn the languages. That's why I'm absolutely agree with this statement. Thank you, teacher.
Thank you.
Yes, teacher, I do agree with you, teacher. Vocabulary is very important, especially for language teacher. If we don't have enough knowledge of vocabulary, we cannot explain our idea or our knowledge fully to understand, to be able to make our student to become effective teaching and learning. And it's also very important in all skills, communication skill, collaboration skill. Without enough knowledge of vocabulary, we cannot communicate very well. Teacher, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, teacher, may I share my idea? I strongly agree with the point. English vocabulary teaching is an extremely important part of English language.
Your volume is too low and louder, please.
Yes, teacher. So I strongly agree with the point. English vocabulary teaching is an extremely important part of English language teaching because vocabulary represents one of the most important skills necessary for teaching and learning a foreign language. Without vocabulary, whenever we talk or write, they will not be succeed to the target point. So that's why I agree with the statement. Yes, teacher, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me share, Professor. Okay, in my opinion, I do agree with you because I think if students know more vocabularies in their brain, that means I think they can make sentence and they can understand the text clearly. They can understand the text better than the learners who lack of vocabularies in their brain. And I believe that vocabulary is important. They can speak out by using vocabularies, by using words. And from my opinions, I usually see, I have seen my students who know more about vocabularies, that they can communicate better than the student who lack of vocabulary in their brain. That's all for me, Professor.
Thank you.
Okay, let me share my idea. For the first, vocabulary is important for the student who learn English. But for Thai and Myanmar, we study English as a foreign language, not second language. That is right. But for me, I quite don't agree with all of you because the first one, vocabulary, I think the student, they have enough vocabulary to conversation in daily life, but the big problem of the student in Thailand, they cannot use the word that they know. They know the word, they know the meaning, but they can use how to use the word. They so that they cannot communicate in with the another person. They study English only in classroom. In classroom, they try to learn. They try to speaking, but outside classroom, they don't use English everywhere. So that is important. If they can use the word that they know, they can speak in outside room. So that I think the student have the vocabulary about 400 or 500. They know that is the basic word, but they cannot use them to conversation and to communicate. That is my opinion. So different for to another person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your discussion based on your own experience. It's very natural. Thank you. So one more, please.
Yes, Professor.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. First of all, I quite agree with the sentence English vocabulary teaching is an extremely important part of English language teaching, and I agree with some students that shared the idea before, and I would like to add some more ideas. According to the language acquisition and English teaching, English language teaching, I think as a child learn a language, it should start with vocabulary or word. Yeah, because the child will study, will learn the word to communicate with their parents, like the student in the classroom. Language is a tool for communication. So when we train our students to communicate in English, first of all, they will use their receptive skills, right? Listening and reading. Listening and reading, yes. And productive skill like speaking and writing. But all skills require vocabulary acknowledgement. So we as a teacher, we give the student a tool for communication and express their idea. That tool is a vocabulary, the vocabulary. When they have enough vocabulary to express their ideas, they will be able to show their ideas eventually. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your discussion. One or two PhD scholars. Who are left to be discussed. Okay, so now, it's my turn. And in recent years, English vocabulary teaching has not received due attention both in Myanmar and China. So it is not insufficient input, but inappropriate vocabulary teaching methods. Teachers mechanically teach vocabulary. And according to the students' actual situation, this vocabulary teaching method is not very effective. There is no real use of words. And one of you has discussed that point. So there is no real use of words, and the role of students in vocabulary learning is neglected. Based on the above situation, the language teaching is mainly studied under applied linguistics theory. So from the beginning of the birth of applied linguistics, it has been defined as the continuous widening of the subject of language teaching, and research to the field of applied linguistics. While enriching the achievements of applied linguistics research, it also blasts the main research directions of applied linguistics to a certain extent, which leads to the difficulty of its definition. Therefore, the determination of the core content of applied linguistics has become a problem that must be solved. So from the perspective of definition of applied linguistics by scholars in the past 15 or 20 years, language teaching has become the focus of attention of applied linguists again. Here, I'd like to focus on this point. Language teaching has become the focus of attention of applied linguists again. So the content of applied linguistics teaching is extensive. Firstly, it discusses the application of peripheral disciplines in the broad linguistic category involving the role of consciousness in second language acquisition, case studies in minority language, and linguistic phenomena in social communication. This is the first point. And secondly, it looks at the prospects and development of applied linguistics criticism on a global scale, such as linguistic criticism in the 21st century, the problems and prospects of network language norms, and the prospects of relevant linguistic criticisms. And finally, it discusses the contents of teaching, such as classroom teaching research, comparative approach in language acquisition, multilingual subject vocabulary, and so on. So it develops new theories through existing theoretical achievements and adopts new models to solve the problems existing in communicative discourse. This is our background for doing such kind of research. So the main things are the content of applied linguistics teaching is expensive for 3 reasons. So firstly, we have to discuss the application of peripheral disciplines in the broad linguistic category. And then second point, we have to focus on to the prospects and development of applied linguistics criticism. And finally, we have to discuss the content of teaching, such as classroom teaching research or comparative approach in language acquisition. So we hope that it will develop new theories through existing theoretical achievements and adopts new models to solve the problems existing in communicative discourse. So in our research, we started with an analysis of the present situation of English vocabulary teaching in senior high schools of China. So vocabulary learning is an important part of language learning. However, with the implementation of the curriculum, English tests in senior high schools are becoming more difficult, and the number of new words is increasing, which challenges the traditional vocabulary teaching. Here, you have to notice the term traditional vocabulary teaching. As the organizer of teaching, it is necessary to study the present situation of English vocabulary teaching in senior high schools and the contradiction between the requirements of the curriculum standards for vocabulary size of senior high school students and existing vocabulary size of senior high school students. Here, secondly, you have to notice the term of the requirements of curriculum standard for vocabulary size and vocabulary size of the students, current vocabulary size of the students. It also requires thinking for you about how to carry out effective vocabulary teaching under the curriculum reform environment. So now we like to move to the analysis of the present situation of English vocabulary teaching at senior high schools. So firstly, we have collected the data to be analyzed, the present situation of the English vocabulary teaching. So here, in terms of vocabulary teaching, under the theory of applied linguistics, through the specific application, understanding, and consolidation of some vocabulary, students can not only better understand the true meaning of vocabulary, but also flexibly use vocabulary in different contexts. The researchers on context theory and vocabulary teaching at home and abroad are reviewed. So we studied the context theory and we also studied the vocabulary teaching at home and abroad so that we can have data for the current situation. And according to the current situation of English teaching in senior high schools of China. So here, both of the researchers have raised the two research questions. So they are, can vocabulary teaching under the theory of applied linguistics improve students' vocabulary learning strategies? This is the first research question. Can vocabulary teaching under the theory of applied linguistics improve students' vocabulary learning strategies? And the second research question is, will vocabulary teaching based on applied linguistics improve students' vocabulary performance? This term is very important, vocabulary performance. In our first research question, we use the term vocabulary, students' vocabulary learning strategies. So we have to find out the current students' vocabulary learning strategies and under the theory of applied linguistics teaching, so whether they improve or not. And the second research question is focusing on the students' vocabulary performance. They can learn easily from the teacher and they can learn easily from the context. But what about their vocabulary performance? So we have to find out or explore or investigate the vocabulary performance of the students. These are two research questions. So now we have drawn an experimental design of application of applied linguistics theory in vocabulary teaching. The student subjects are divided into two classes according to the results of the final exam of the previous grade. They are taught by the same teacher. Their English proficiency is the same in both classes, and their learning content is the same. So they use the same textbooks, and their class schedule is the same. they have the same class hour and the same teachers, and the schedules are the same. So one class as an experimental class and another as a traditional class. So in an experimental class, we adopt a vocabulary teaching method that meets the students' memories rules, that motivates students' enthusiasm in vocabulary learning, and improves their vocabulary application ability to teach English vocabulary. The other class, which is called a control class, still adopts the traditional vocabulary teaching method. Here, I'd like to know, so most of you are English language teachers and you have some experience on vocabulary teaching. So I'd like to know your traditional vocabulary teaching method, both in Thai context and also in Myanmar context. So can you share your experience on traditional vocabulary teaching method in your language classroom? So how do you teach your students vocabulary in a traditional way?
Okay, Professor.
Yes.
Okay, for traditional ways, yes, or the old ways that I used to teach many years ago, yes, when I began teaching in my teaching career. Basically, I used okay, I had my students. Okay, I introduced new list of vocabulary words to my students, and then I asked them to remember.
So sorry, you can explain step by step. Okay, in your first step, what did you do?
Okay, the first step. Okay, I introduced the new vocabulary words to my students. Yes. The second step, I would model my reading, my pronunciation to the students. The second step, I had my students to pronounce the word. That's all the words. And the next step, I had my students to try to remember all the words. Just try to remember all the words. And the last step, I will have a small quiz to check their understanding or their memory about the word. Yes, that's very traditional way I used to have. But nowadays I no longer use this new way, this way. Yes, but I trying to use the modern ways. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to add a bit. In my traditional ways, the focus of vocabulary teaching was on memory. Yes, but nowadays I don't focus on that. I will focus on their contextualization or the abilities to use new vocabulary in the new context. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So may I share my traditional teaching method for vocabulary in my classroom? So firstly, I make a lesson plan depend on my learners' background knowledge and their interest. So especially most of my learners are first year and second year. They are non-English specialization students. So in the classroom, I use the three main steps. For the step one, I practice on the dictionary skills. I use this method. So I would like to explain about. So when I do this, firstly, I let them in groups in the classroom, and they have to find out the words, especially I give the instruction what they have to find out for this vocabulary. For example, in this first dictionary step, skill, they have to find out words and meaning and pronunciation at the same time. So according to their groups, they have to find out the words, the meaning and the form and the pronunciation of the words. And then they have to share what they have found in groups. This is the first step. So by doing this step, they can improve their dictionary skill. Here, what I use for the material is that most of the students, they haven't got dictionary book with them together. Instead of that, they had to use their mobile phone. That's why in the classroom, I let my student to use their mobile phone. So in their mobile, they have to use the internet. They can find the words in the Google or in the browser that they like. So in this way, I train for the dictionary skill. So by doing this, they can get three outcomes: form, meaning, and pronunciation. And the next step is I use the drawing word map on the blackboard in the classroom. So in this step, what I found and what I do is that after they had present what they had found in groups, and then I have to bring it and I have to memorize and I have to check what they have from by drawing the word map on the blackboard. For example, by using two words, by finding out the synonym and antonym. For example, based on the one vocabulary, they have to find out the synonym and antonym of the words. And then I will draw the word map in the blackboard. And then in this way, I extend their vocabulary knowledge based on the one word, based on the content. And the last step is practice. So in this step, I focus on their creation. That's why based on the vocabulary, they have to create their own sentence, and then they have to make a presentation. For example, according to their groups, they have to use this word and then they have to write down their
So maybe technical problem.
Yes, sorry, DJ. It is the connection error. Yeah. So in this way, I teach my traditional vocabulary teaching method based on 3 steps. Step 1, dictionary skill, and step 2, drawing word map, and the last step is the creation by writing the sentences are used and based on the vocabulary, and then they have to present in groups. Thank you, DJ.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience.
Professor, may I share some experience?
Welcome.
Okay, I would like to share the traditional class, the traditional method for vocabulary teaching. For the first step, okay, the teacher in Thai, okay, in Thai context, the teacher will pronounce the word to the students, yes, and then the teacher will translate, okay, translate from English into Thai, okay, like the word cat, okay, cat in Thai is a male, yeah, for example, and the teacher will let the student to map, okay, map the word with the picture, okay, which word is a cat, sorry, which picture is a cat, like this, yeah, and after that the student will write the word that they have learned, okay, so there are the steps like pronounce the word and then translate into mother tongue or Thai language, and then matching the word with matching the vocabulary with the picture, with the right picture, and the student will write a word in English, yeah, and then they can pronounce the word that they have learned. Okay, this is the example, but actually there are so many words. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
When I was young, usually the teacher would like for us to write down the words in the book, jotting down the vocabulary. It's a very traditional way. They would like us to write like a lot of vocabulary, like for us to remember, to memorize it. But nowadays, I think this technique doesn't really work because the students get bored of this kind of activity. They are not interested in writing.
Right.
So this is a very traditional way of learning vocab by writing and memorizing and how to spell it. And like we will write like cats, like the whole page or something like that. This is a very traditional way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please let me share, teacher. For me, when I was young, I have to encounter parrot learning, teacher. I have to study a lot. For example, teacher gave us a lot of vocabulary word. Sometimes maybe over 100. We have to study, and when she or he gave us homework, and we have to study by heart. And when tomorrow, when the times come, we have to stand in front of the class and we have to say the word all the teacher gave us homework, and we have to make parrot learning when we was young. After that, teacher explained the text. For example, concerning the text, first the teacher gave the word homework, and we have to learn parrot learning. We have to study by heart. After that, she or he explained the text. In the concerning the topic, we have to study the word first. She gave me homework. And when I was a teacher, I also make traditional way in teaching vocabulary, but unlike my teacher, when I will teach the topic, I ask them, what do you think you will have to teach about? What about will you have to teach? They give their idea and they present their words, whatever they know. They present us what is right or what is wrong. And in this situation, they may be mispronounce, or in phonetics they may have a difficult. And in this situation, I correct them on the spot and I make a drill. They follow me. In this way, I teach my student, teacher. It's a very traditional way for me, teacher.
Thank you.
Yes, teacher. Yes, teacher. The traditional way is we teach visual, vowel, and translation. Lectures, tools of teaching, and many students lectures the most effective tool of traditional way. And students, teachers, students, direct students to learn through memorization and recitation techniques. And so they cannot develop critical thinking, problem solving, and decision making skill in traditional way. Dictionary meaning, we can use we teach dictionary meaning and the memorization, recitation, and lectures. And we teach in traditional ways. We make exercise, vocabulary activities. We make examination in traditional way. Teacher?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience.
Let me share, Professor.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. For me, this is the way to teaching vocabulary from
Could
my
you please
experience.
say louder?
Louder.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. First of all, I would like to tell you that maybe I am a traditional teacher too, because I teach. I have teaching English for a long time, but this is my style. Vocabulary teaching method. I just only for me when I teach vocabulary, I usually let them guess the meaning from the text, because I think vocabulary has many meanings depend on their function in that text. So I never specific the meaning, because I want my students know about in the varies of the text, and sometimes I let them look up in dictionary. If they can't predict the meaning, sometimes I let them, because I think I need them to study by themselves too. And I always tell them, don't ignore the meaning. If they don't know, they have to find out look up from dictionary by themselves. But in class, maybe sometimes teachers can suggest or can help students. Sometimes I help them if they can't understand. When they have got problems, I usually monitor them while we are studying, while they are studying in class. I like explain them in target language. So I like explain in English when I teach vocabulary, because I think I want my students know how to communicate in English language, and I want them understand the vocabulary in English meaning, because sometimes if we use translate into Thai, that means sometimes when they are not clear. But normally I usually use target language to teach vocabulary, because I want them know about the real meaning. I want they clear about it. And sometimes, every time that I will check them about their pronunciations while studying, because I think it's very important, because of pronunciations is makes the student can communicate with the correct meaning too. If the sound change, maybe change the meaning. This is a really important. And in my experience, I think this is my style, is my approach. But sometimes I think I try many ways to make them clear and understand about vocabulary. I think vocabulary is very important, and if they know more and understand the deep meaning, they can use it correctly. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you for sharing your idea.
Yes, teacher. May I share my
Who's
idea
turn?
this time? Yes, me. I'm Ima, teacher. I guess more than 4 years of teaching experience, I have to teach non-English specialization.
Ima, louder, please. I can't hear you.
Yes, teacher. Yes, teacher. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yes, teacher. I have more than 4 years of teaching experience, so I have to teach non-English specialization, especially first year and third year students, teacher. So the coursework I have to use is straightforward. Also, the way I teach vocabulary to my student is very simple. According to the straightforward, there are clusters of vocabulary at the end of each unit. So firstly, I give the vocabulary list to my students, and then I explain the meaning and usage of each word to my students. And I let them read out loud. And finally, I continue my lecture on the reading passage. But I extend the knowledge of vocabulary by sharing contextualized meaning. The most common word my students encounter when they take their exam is they always have to assess the word odd one out. Odd one out. So the meaning of odd one out can vary according to the context. In the exam, the vocabulary portion, they have to use the odd one out. And odd one out give in its, for example, it gives a sentence: doctor, nurse, midwife, specialist, and engineer. In a sentence, there are 5 words. They have to choose the odd one out of this sentence. In this sentence, they clearly see that the odd one out is engineer. So, according to the sentence, the meaning of odd one out is engineer. But I give them an example sentence in order to improve their understanding of odd one out. I give a sentence. It is, I hate being an odd one out among friends who are all couple. So I give the sentence to my students. Yes, in this sentence, the odd one out meaning is not the engineer like the first one I have told them. The meaning of odd one out in this sentence is FA, forever alone. So I explain this way to my students. Thank you, teacher.
Thank you. Thank you. You are innovative.
Thank you, teacher.
Next one.
Okay, Professor, may I share my idea about teaching vocabulary? Usually, the subject that I teach the student, I use the commercial book that start with the warm up, and then the vocabulary. After vocabulary, I have to teach the conversation in the chapter of the book. So that before I teach vocabulary, I start with warm up, so that I ask the student about vocabulary that belong to the chapter of material that I will teach, so that I add some word and let the student find the meaning without open dictionary or without open in the internet. I want to know the background of knowledge of the student. They want they know the meaning of word or not. So that after I ask the student, and then I come to the chapter, the point of the vocabulary teaching. The first step for teach in this topic, I find the word in the book, and then let student to look the meaning of the word that I give to them. In this step, if the student don't know the meaning of the word, I allow them to find from dictionary or from the mobile phone, and that they can use. And then the next step, I explain the words, how to use that word, explain to them, and then after that I let them to practice. When I explain the word, they have to know already what is the word, what is the meaning of word, and how to use the word. I explain to them, then I let them to practice. For example, practice to pronounce the word or read the word, so that if the student can pronounce incorrectly, that is okay for them. If the student don't pronounce in the correct way, I let them to come back to the dictionary to find what is the pronounced symbol. They have to look and they have to practice again or pronounce the word again. For the next step, I test the student with the word and the meaning of word, and let them match between the word and the meaning. And sometimes I give the word and the picture, because in the textbook they have the word and the picture, so that I use this for test the student. They understand the meaning of word or not. So I let them match the word and picture. So this is my traditional teaching in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think one or two scholars left, still left. Who's turn? Who are left to share your discussion? Okay, there's no one. It's my turn. So, as I have mentioned earlier that the student subjects are divided into two classes according to the results of the final exam. So they are taught by the same teacher, their English proficiency is the same, their learning is the same, and their class schedule is the same. So one class, as an experimental class, adopts a vocabulary teaching method that meets the students' memory rules, motivates students' enthusiasm in vocabulary learning, and improves their vocabulary application ability to learn English vocabulary. So in the other class, as a control class, still adopts the traditional vocabulary teaching method. So thank you for sharing your teaching strategies in traditional way, not only traditional way, but also your modernized teaching strategies. Since all of you are young language teachers, you can discuss very well. So here, the point I like to focus is context. So context is of great importance for the understanding of a what meaning, and that the speaker or writer intended to convey. Without context, there is no way to determine the very sense of the what that we want to speak, or we want to write, or we want to intend to convey. So this is very important, and the scholar Jacobson said the context theory. So here, the context theory is our main theory we have used in our own research. So one class is as an experimental class, and we adopt the vocabulary teaching method that meets the students' memory rules, motivate students' enthusiasm in vocabulary teaching, and improves their vocabulary application ability to teach English vocabulary. So the other class, as a control class, still adopts the traditional vocabulary teaching method. So here, the traditional vocabulary teaching method we have observed in China high schools are, in the first step, teachers read vocabulary lists. And then in the second step, students read vocabulary by themselves. And in the next step, teachers explain the usage of the specific vocabularies. And they use new words to create sentences. And then finally, students recite words mechanically after the class. This is the traditional way used in China at that time. So in the first step, the teachers read vocabulary lists. And in the second step, students read vocabulary by themselves. And the next step, teachers explain usage. And the next, use new words to create sentences. And then finally, students can recite words mechanically after the class. So let me explain regarding experimental content. Here, the term is very important for our own research. So experimental content. In our own research, we used quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis in this experiment. So the experiment is conducted in 3 stages. We have 3 stages in our research procedure. So the first stage is a questionnaire survey. In our very first stage, we have distributed a questionnaire. And the second stage is the experimental stage. The experimental class adopts the vocabulary teaching methods that conforms to the rules of students' memory, what can arouse students' enthusiasm in vocabulary learning, and improve their vocabulary to use them to teach English vocabulary. So the control class adopts the traditional vocabulary teaching method. Finally, the vocabulary test after the experiment is carried out. So it can be seen that the English scores of the 2 classes before the experiment are equal. There is no obvious difference and they are at the same level. The second stage is the experimental stage. Here, I like to present teaching methods in traditional class. So there are altogether 5 steps in the traditional way of teaching vocabulary. So here in this slide, I have to present you step 1, 2, 3. Step 1, read after the teachers. So here in the step 1, teachers read new words once, and then students read twice following the teacher. This step focuses on pronunciation, spelling, and basic meaning of the words. At this stage, most of the students cannot concentrate on learning words they read. In step 2, read the words by themselves by students. Students began to read new words by themselves. So during this period, teachers supervise students' reading of words and correct students' pronunciation and other problems. These were done in the second stage. And step 3 is explanation of the usage of new words by the teacher. So in traditional teaching methods, this step is considered to be the most important step. Teachers will explain the usage of new words on blackboard. Then the teachers will further emphasize the meaning and spelling of the new words. In addition, the teacher will tell the students how to use new words and grammar. So during the whole process, students will take notes according to the knowledge points written on the background by the teacher. These are done in step 1, 2, 3. Now, I'd like to move on to the step 4 and 5. Here, step 4, making sentences with new words. After explaining the usage of the new words, the teacher will give an example of the words and tell them how to make sentences. Then the students imitate the teacher to make sentences. The teacher picks out the mistakes and asks the students to correct them. And in the last stage, step 5 is recitation. So generally speaking, this is the last step of traditional teaching method. So give the students 2 minutes to understand these words, and at the same time, the teacher will teach the knowledge just learned. The teacher walks around the classroom to answer the questions that the students don't understand. So here we have studied step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in traditional class. These teaching strategies have been used in Chinese language classes in a traditional way. So if we consider the comparison of the traditional way applied in Myanmar and Chinese language classes and in your time context, more or less, I think the strategies are more or less the same. So now let me move on to the teaching methods of experimental class. So there are only 4 steps in the experimental class. Step 1, introduction to context-based approaches. Here we have used the context theory proposed by Jacobson, the linguist Jacobson. So according to him, so we use the context theory by using 4 teaching steps. In step 1, so we introduce to context-based approaches. So we introduce 6 different background clues, including synonym clues, antonym clues, example clues, causal clues, context and general knowledge clues, and summary clues. These are done based on the theory. So there are different background clues of the individual students. So we include the synonym clues. Sometimes we use antonym clues, and sometimes we use example clues, causal clues, context or general knowledge clues, and summary clues. So we use different kind of clues to introduce the new words in different background. And we also use some typical examples. We also use some typical examples to illustrate these clues. So teacher asks important questions to help their students find clues. The students have to find the clues and infer the meaning of new words. Infer the meaning of new words. So in the whole process in step 1, students not only learn the new words, but also learn how to recognize new words. So at the same time, they can recognize the new words. So in step 2, teachers' leadership is very important in the language classroom. The language teacher proposes vocabulary strategies to express the following words. Firstly, the teacher uses pictures. The teacher uses pictures. This is done under the leadership of the language teacher. So teachers use pictures, and sometimes they used realia or objects or simple strokes as cues to help students guess unfamiliar words. Secondly, teachers also use context as a cue. Context. The teachers use context as a cue. And thirdly, teachers take the social and cultural background as a hint. And finally, they take the social and cultural background as a hint. Fourthly, teachers use linguistic context as a cue. So these are step 1 and 2 for teaching in the experimental class. So now let me continue the step 3 and 4 of teaching methods in experimental class. So in step 3, students have to experience group work. At this stage, materials beyond their standard are selected from textbooks. Each group is given the same paragraph to guess the meaning of the new word. And at the same time, the teacher moves around to ensure that the group discussion goes smoothly. So here in the step 3, the teacher used the group discussion as the main teaching strategy. So in step 4, students' personal learning. This is the last stage of the experimental class. So students' personal learning. Students infer the meaning of new words by themselves. The third stage mainly carries on the test after the experiment. So we have done in both of the class, in traditional class and experimental class. So by using these different strategies, and after that, English scores of the 2 classes before the experiment are similar, and there is no obvious differences at the same level. However, the average score of experimental class and the control class are significantly different after the experiment. However, the average scores of the experimental class and the control class are significantly different after the experiment. So here, I'd like to know your own idea. Which class will get the higher score, and how do you consider now which class will get higher scores and which class will get the lower score? So please, and please mention your reasons. So please start your discussion. How do you think?
Please let me share this. I think experimental class will get the higher score. Because when we use traditional method, the student always depend on the teacher, and according to learning theory, I think when we use the teacher-centered or traditional method, student can get a lot from student and they cannot memorize a lot. For experimental class, they have to learn by doing. Learn by doing can make the student memorize or remember by themselves in their memory. So I think experimental class will get the higher score.
Thank you, Mary.
Jay, I also agree with teacher Mary because I also think experimental class is the best, and then it will get the highest marks for the student. Because for the control group, they have to learn about the traditional method. That's why the students will be demotivated in their learning and they may lack of their interest. That's why they may get the lower score in the test. And then, but on the other way, for the experimental class, they have to learn with the motivation and their greater interest in learning step by step. That's why it can memorize their vocabulary, and then so they can do the text very well. So they will get the highest mark. Thank you, DJ.
Thank you. Next one.
Okay,
I
Professor.
also, I'm sorry.
It's okay, go on.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I also agree with Ajahn Mary and Ajahn Nimon that the experimental group will have a higher score in their evaluations because they have a technique in learning, a strategies in learning, a better strategies in learning vocabulary. You want to?
Okay, that's all.
Okay, Professor. Yes, I would like to share.
Yes.
Okay, your question is which group will have the higher score and why? Okay, my answer will be the experimental group will have the higher score from the test. The main reason is, okay, first, according to this research, okay, in step 1, yes, the first step, the introduction to context-based approaches. Okay, for vocabulary, vocabulary is used in different contexts. So the core idea of teaching vocabulary is to have the students, to get them able to use vocabulary words in different contexts. So context is used in this research. That's why it hits the point. Because when we teach vocab, we have to teach how to use vocab words in the context. So this is the main part. The main part that will be making the students to get higher score in the research. Okay, and then in step 3, you say student group work. Okay, this step supports the students' ability to use vocabulary as well. Why? Because when we get the students in groups and they exchange and they talk to each other, so the vocabulary will be repeated. Yes, they will hear, they will listen, or they will talk about the vocab repeatedly. So these 2 steps will promote the student vocabulary use. That's why I would say the experimental group will have the higher score from all the 4 steps, at least, I think. Yes.
Yes, perfect. Yes. So one more, please.
Yes, teacher. I also think the experimental class will get the highest score because it is clear that student group work and students' personal learning will provide the students with confidence, knowing that they are not a failure and rather unfortunately are the class. I think so. Thank you, teacher.
Thank you.
Experimental class is higher score. I agree. Classroom experimental activities where students work in groups activities and new ideas and critical thinking skill. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to listen to from the other PhD scholars. Come on.
Okay, Professor, I would like to share some ideas. Yes, I think that the experiment class will get higher score, and I agree with all classmates' idea. And yeah, according to the learning theory, for experimental class, okay, the student will be introduced to the context-based approach. This one, the student can learn the word in the context. That is a very good way for learn vocabulary. And the student group work, yeah, is the collaborative strategy for learning. So the like Ajahn Yuthicak said, so the student will get involved in the activity, and as Dewey said that the student can learn from doing activities, learning by doing. Yes, and the student also assess their personal learning. So they will summarize or reflect what they have learned in the class. And the experimental group is like the student center or the learner center. So the student will develop by themselves. While the teaching method in traditional class is the like the teacher center. Yes, that the teacher will give the knowledge to the student. Yeah, so I think the experimental class will get higher score than the traditional one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other else?
Let me share.
Everyone?
Okay, can you hear me, Professor?
Yes, clearly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. In my opinion, I think experimental class, I think get better than why I think that because first of all they start with introductions to context-based approach. We use approach too in this study, and The second one, teacher's leader. Teacher's leader is mean teacher as the model. Teacher is who control about this study. And next, student group work. For me, when we teach students by divided day into a group, it means they can like a cooperative learning. The students like to talk each other. That means they can communicate with their friends and make them confident in themselves too. And they can brainstorming. When they brainstorming, they don't shy. They can share their idea. I think this is make the student improve in their learning, I think. And the last about the student personal learning. Personal learning for me, I have I have taught my students when I divided the into group and then they study like a independent study. Independent study, that's like the student they try to learn, try to solve problems by themselves. I think this is the good one because the student learn by themselves and they can improve in English, they can improve language, and they have free to think about anything, and they're free about their opinion. And so why I think that this teaching method in experimental class is more higher than another group because of this reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comparison. Thank you. One
Excuse me.
scholars still left. Yes, come on.
For me, I want to share my idea.
Yes.
I think the experimental class gets the score higher than the traditional class because the step of experimental class combined with the for the teacher center, and for the first one and the second one is referred to the teacher center. For the third one and the fourth one refer to the student center. So they just compare together, mix together between the teacher center and the learner center. Because step one introduction is referred to the teacher have to intro the student what they have to learn in this class, and they take the vocabulary from context to inform the student before starting. For the second step, the teacher leadership refer to the teacher have to help the student to learn in vocabulary. For example, the activity or the material that is the duty of the teacher. For the step 3, group work, that means the cooperative learning for the student, because the teacher set the student in the small group that is easy to control them and easy to help them when the student have the problem. The teacher has to be only the guide or the for help them when they have the problem. For the step 4, it is referred to the student have to practice by themselves or have to do the exercise or have to do the test by themselves. That's mean if the student can do everything in the test or the activity, that means the student understand what the teacher teach them. If they don't understand, they cannot do the test or the activity well. That is the duty of the student. So that I agree. I agree that the experimental class have the higher score more than the traditional class. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang So-min. So please, can you compare the steps? Can you compare the teaching steps between these two different language classes in traditional class and in the experimental class? So can you compare and can you share the differences between the teaching steps? So there are 5 teaching steps in traditional way, and there are only 4 teaching steps in the experimental way. So can you compare this? What are the differences?
Okay, for the difference between the experimental class and traditional class, the step of traditional class, they are 5 steps, but for the experimental class, they are only 4 steps.
Yes. So
yes.
The steps in the traditional class are reading after the teachers and reading the words by themselves, explaining the usage of new words, and making sentences with new words and recitation. These are used in the traditional class. And there are only 4 techniques for the experimental class. First one is introduction to the context-based approach. Second step, teachers' leadership. And the third step, student group work. And the last step, students' personal learning. Okay, are the differences between these 2 steps? Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have no idea with this.
So, who want to share?
Who want to share? Ajahn Mon.
Yes.
I think in traditional class, students are passive learners, teacher.
Yes.
Passive learners. From passive learning, student can get mostly student can get from 5% to 30%. Teacher.
Yes.
And in experimental class, in this level, it becomes active learning level. Teacher. From active learning level, student can get from 50% to over 90%. So I think traditional learning is passive learning and experimental learning class is active learning.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. May I share?
Yes, you can share more.
Yes, I would like to share about traditional class.
Yes.
Because when I read the step, the first of all, read after teachers, the student read after teacher, read the words by themselves, explain. I think this traditional class that like the teacher is the controller, that's like the commander. So I think maybe if the student in the class feel bored with this, because of the teacher, they focus on the teacher like the controller all the time. And
the role of the teacher. Yes.
Yeah, I think that, yes. So I think it's not good because this let the students share their opinion or share their idea is a better. I think this is the week of class traditional class, teacher focus on teacher. That's all for me.
Yes, teacher. May I share
So-
my idea? I
Thank
think
you.
the first method, the traditional teaching method, refers to the teacher center approach, and the second method, experimental method, refers to the student center approach. I think so, but I'm not sure, teaching.
Thank you. So in a way, so for me, if we compare the teaching steps in the traditional class and experimental class, there are two differences we have found. The first one is the role of the teachers. The role of the teachers in the two different classes are very, very different. They are not in the same role, and also the role of the students are very different in the different classes. So the term student-centered method and teacher-centered method, so both of the, in my own opinion, both of the methods are very good. So student-centered method is very good. Also, teacher-centered method is very good. So in the classroom, sometimes we use teacher-centered method and sometimes we use student-centered method. Sometimes the roles of the teachers are changing, and also the roles of the students are changing, so that the classroom will be alive. So this is my own idea. Thank you for sharing your ideas. And now let me continue my lecture. So vocabulary teaching is very important, and it is the part of English teaching, and it is also a long process. So English teachers need to constantly guide and help students learn and memorize English vocabulary so that students can learn by themselves and ultimately improve the effectiveness of English vocabulary teaching and learning. And there is a significant difference. There is a significant difference in the test scores between the two classes after the experiment, but there is no significant difference in the test before the experiment. Thus, after the 16 weeks of using vocabulary teaching strategies for teaching students in the experimental class have made greater progress than those in the control class. So in the process of English teaching, English vocabulary teaching has always been a difficult problem. So English vocabulary teaching strategies can improve the effectiveness of English vocabulary teaching, enhance students' interest in learning English vocabulary, and ultimately enhance the effectiveness of English learning, which can be seen from the literature at home and abroad. So in the classroom practice of English vocabulary teaching, teachers can help students understand and memorize English vocabulary by choosing and properly using vocabulary teaching strategies. So on the one hand, they can improve the effectiveness of vocabulary teaching. They can also help and guide students to choose, use, and strengthen English learning strategies suitable for themselves, and finally, make English vocabulary teaching benefits from each other with learning. So in conclusion, Applied linguistics under the big area of advanced linguistics is generated based on the fruitful achievements of language teaching and becomes an independent science. Its emergence cannot be separated from the actual needs of language teaching. The initial research field of applied linguistics is also language teaching. So with the continuous development of society and science and technology, the renewal of linguistic theories, and the advancement of interdisciplinary studies, the scope of advanced linguistics research has been expanding, and its definition has been extended from simple language teaching to all aspects of daily life related to language use. However, language teaching is still the most important research focus and core of applied linguistics, and also the long-term development direction of linguistics. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind attention. So this is the end of my lecture. Thank you.
Okay.
This
Thank you.
can
Thank you so
Professor.
much,
Thank you very much.
Professor Nini. On behalf of the ELT program, I would like to give a special thank to Professor Nini for your informative and insightful lecture on application of advanced linguistics in English language teaching research. We have gained many new knowledge and new ideas in doing research on the advanced linguistics. We all appreciate you for giving us your valuable time and effort to teach and share your teaching experience with us. We are pleased to be one of your students and hope to be able to learn from you again in the near future. Thank you so much once again for your energetic and effective lectures and discussion in our class today. Thank you so much, Professor Nini.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having your part in the new. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Yes.
As we become at 1 p.m. lunch first, please. Thank you very much, Professor Nini.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Now. See you.
See you.
See you.
See you.
See you.
Are you okay, James?
Yes,
You are
we will
camera?
come 1 p.m. Take a
1 p.m.
lunch break plus.
Okay.
Okay,
We
thank
will
you.
come
Thank
to
you.
meet.
Okay, Taiwan.
Yes,
you.
yes.
Sir.
Enjoy
Yes,
your time. Yes, enjoy your lunch
1
time.
p.m. is time local time, sir.
Yes. We will
Excuse
come
me,
to
sir.
meet
What time
Professor
was
again.
that,
Yes,
sir?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. time.
local time.
Bangkok
Yes.
time.
Yes,
Yes,
time, Thai time.
Thai
Thai
time.
Thai time.
Okay, 1 p.m. Thai time at
Thai time. Oh,
yes,
okay,
yes,
okay.
yes.
Thai
Just
time.
Okay.
1 hour next we will come.
Okay, noted, Professor.
Okay,
Thank you very
sir.
much.
See you.
Yes,
Yes,
afternoon
yeah.
session and enjoy your lunch time.
That's I have submitted your assignment.
Right now.
No, yesterday.
Okay, please. Let us
Yes,
submit.
teacher.
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
much. Yes.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a good lunch.
Finish already? Finish already, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Where is the Professor Nini? Left. She just left.
Yes.
So she's coming to join us in the afternoon session or not? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to invite her to join if she is available. So are you hungry, Marvin?
Yes.
What time? What
no,
time is it in Myanmar now?
Myanmar now, yes, 11:30.
Oh, now that's you are slower than us. In Thailand, at 12 o'clock already. Okay, that's okay. I will see you after lunch. Okay, Kampi, you stay with us in the afternoon session, all right? I will coming to give a welcome speech to Professor Gambit, and then I will turn my camera off. I will be with you. Okay,
Yes.
see you in the afternoon. Yeah,
Yeah, see
enjoy
you.
your lunch.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, lunch.
Yeah.
Lunch. Hi, sir. Mute. Mute. Sir, mute.
ครับโอเคนะ
Yeah.
yes
Yes. Sir, mute.
yes Omavin
Yes, teacher.
yes you have a questions you want to share yes Omavin
Yes. Yeah. Finish lunch. Yeah. Enjoy lunch.
yes finish just finish and take care of my two kids as well Let me see. Just wait for a while. Professor Gamby will join our Zoom meeting soon, right? Thank you so much. Very energetic student.
Yes, I am happy to attend BRU University.
Yes.
I got a lot of knowledge from attending this class. Sir.
Yeah, okay, good one.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please wait for a while for our afternoon section. Professor Dr. Cabby will join us soon. Hope you enjoy lunch for the weekend. Right? Don't forget for 2 questions within this weekend. You can submit 2 of the questions that I assigned the class.
When do we submit our
5 days, within 5 days.
Right.
Fifth on 5 days.
The question is per 1 or 2.
Yes, one section or one section, 1 question.
What in Ajahn Professor Nini? She only talks about one research.
In the afternoon, you can get further from our source.
Oh, okay.
Related to linguistic research, right?
Okay. So you mean that the question is per 1 lecture, right? So we submit
for our this weekend. Yes, within 5 days.
Okay, thank you, sir.
If you can be earlier, you can submit announcement. But don't forget to find the article to support your document or your discussion as well. Can search or you can find from linguistic journals or applied linguistic journals around the globe. You can searching on this one. With article, it's really recent time. You can get on this one. I want to make all of us too familiar with the articles published in journals, international journals. You may get from scoped from Thailand or around the world, in Malaysia, or Indonesia, or in Europe or whatever. We can get free article papers. Some journal they will not allow us to get papers without payments, but we going to get that document with the paper they are of charge. Some paper they share and we're going to get the article from journal. And that's when. How many is now?
Good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon. How about your lunchtime?
Very good, sir.
Yeah, very good. It's rain now?
Yes,
raining
it's
now?
raining. It's raining here, sir. As my university is in Lower Myanmar. Lower Myanmar is a lot of rain, sir. Near Yangon, sir.
Oh, near Yangon, right?
Yes, sir. In our country, in the Upper Myanmar, in Upper Myanmar, little rain. There's little rain, but in Lower Myanmar, there are a lot of rain, sir.
Like our South Thailand as well. Hope you get a lot of ideas related to our subjects or related to each professor have a lectures or give a lecture for it.
Yes, sir.
If anything you have doubt, you can share, you can speak up. Don't worry about
Yes,
right or wrong, right? Just share and we can get the right way to discuss as well.
Yes, sir.
You can hear me clearly, right, Mary?
Yes, to share my experience, we didn't have a culture to share the knowledge to my teacher. we always I think we practice in passive learner when we was young.
Okay. Let me check now. 1 p.m. already now.
But now I got a lot of knowledge, and there are too many knowledge, and
okay, good.
As if I was in the ocean.
Mary, are you swimming?
Yeah. Sorry, Silapapa, you got booster jab now?
No, I have 2 of Astra.
Ah, that's it.
So,
okay, good.
so I don't know when
You
I will
need
get
to
the
boost.
3rd one.
Okay, good news to Esther.
Did you get your 3rd?
Booster already now. Too much. 3 jab already. boost too much vaccinate now.
คุณครูเทียน why are you smiling คะ
I smile because today I try to make up before coming because I look at your face but so flashy, so I have to make up. This is my
ครูเทียน you have to turn your camera another way. You're against the light. That's why your face is dark.
Make it younger. Make it younger. Oh, I'm full because
What did you eat? ส้มตำ
No, for today I cook. I have time for cook. Just only 1
What
hour.
did you cook? What did you cook? I had noodles.
No, just only fried fish.
Fried fish.
Yeah.
อาจารย์คัมภีร์ what did you eat today at lunch? I think you forgot to turn on your microphone.
Chicken only with my
Chicken.
two boy eat together. I be at my home now because two young boy with me and take care of them as well.
Yes, I also ate with my daughter. I had noodles.
You look after your children, sir. You look after your children.
Very family man now.
Oh, family man. But for me, you know, I stay just only me and my husband because my son, one
They grow already.
went to Buriram and one go to travel to the north of Thailand. Now he drives.
Good.
Yes. I'm very free for me. You grow up.
I want to feel free like that.
When you feel free, you will alone. You feel alone at home. Do you have you finished your homework?
Me?
Yes, I
Didn't
have
start
you.
yet, man.
Because I need friend. I need friend. I'm not finished. I need friend. Okay.
Which one คะ Today or อาจารย์เอก homework or what?
Yes, อาจารย์เอก and Dr. Mark. Yeah, Dr. Ek and Dr. Mark. Forgot.
Oh, I sent already ค่ะ
Wow.
I thought you meant today.
Oh, yeah, the first one. Okay. Waiting for me.
It's okay, ครูเทียน it's the deadline is today. We have till midnight.
Shirapapa. It's
Yes, huh?
second semester going on in Surendra Rajabhat University.
It will open on the 8th, next week.
Next week?
Not this week.
Start
No, on the
next week
8th,
for second.
Next week.
Next 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay. For the second.
Yes. So I have 1 week vacation now.
How many class? You are teaching in educations or math?
Education, Bachelor of Education in English.
How many students? For one
It's
year.
full every year. We can only accept 60 students.
60.
Yes, but like 1 or 3 drop off after, like they got another place after they studied, so they resign after. So it's about like
do you have
57.
You have in literature subjects in education as well?
Yes, we have literature. About 3.
3?
Children literature, drama,
Children literature, drama,
and I'm not sure the other one. Drama, and the last one I'm not so sure.
Literature in English teaching.
Yes, something like that. Ajahn Jongkit is the teacher.
Which one your response? Literature.
I didn't teach literature yet because there's another professor teaching. Because I just came for 2 years, so
your majors.
Yeah, I teach grammar and reading, critical reading.
Critical reading.
And next year, this semester, I will teach like I'm not sure the name. It's like the
Interliterature
examination. Like, no, it's like tutorial for the students to have the standardized test, because the new curriculum is the 4-year. They have to still do the examination for the teacher qualification.
Every year, every semester.
No, when they graduate.
Every semester.
Because now it's a 4-year Bachelor of Education. It's not like 5-year. 5-year they will receive their teaching.
Practicum one.
Yeah, but this one they have to do the test. So there's a new subject,
very hard.
like a tutorial for them, like test examination subject.
Too hard. They have to observe the first year.
Me?
They have no for 4-year student. They have to observe teaching in school.
They have to observe since first year. The first year curriculum. Yes, they have to. It's like because they lessen the year, right? So they have to start going to school from the first year, like 2 weeks. Second year, 2 weeks. Third year, 2 weeks, and the 4th year, 1 semester teaching.
1 semester.
Yes.
And save time, save budget, save life for years.
A lot of subject is cut off, like the major subject.
The core subject may be very less. A little. Let them practice in school during the practicum.
The students are very loaded in every semester because they have 1 year lesser than the regular 5-year student, because they have to study not only the major subject, they have to study the education subject as well. So it's very loaded for the student.
Just
And also for the teacher, because like on the second semester, 2 weeks, they will go to school, right? So we will have lesson weeks to teach.
I see. Better to save time.
Ajahn Kampi, are you
Yes.
are your research in literature?
Yes, yes.
I heard from Pijida that you are specialist in literature, right?
Yes, yes. My PhD graduate, I do Humanities novels. The countrymen of British guys. I follow that. That's Humanities. He a Yorkshire man. He used many country language in his novel.
What's the name of the novel again?
Judo of Skills.
Oh. So do you teach literature as well?
Yes, I have this. I have four subjects available now in curriculum. They have methodology as well.
Yeah, I used to learn that in when I was in bachelor, but we don't have it here. I remember Sophie's World.
Okay.
Sophie's World.
Class, you can say some things. Monsieur Marvin, you can say something during waiting our professors.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Hope you get a guideline to do your research.
Yes.
Thesis.
Yes, teacher. I get many guidelines from applying linguistics.
Good.
Yes, me
not
too.
good
So
in linguistics.
Everyone go to the linguistic, right? Yes.
But I will try my best.
Oh, Silapapa, you go straight to literature. You make it student literatures to use to apply in language.
I like the idea of
EFL
last
students.
week that Ajahn
Pasapong.
Yes,
right?
he mentioned about the corpus in analyzing the literature. It's very interesting.
That's good. Maybe find some methodology in student literatures. Straight to your literature, Silapapa. You may focus in short story in particular. Yes. I think it's very good for education student in our context, Thai or EFL context, to encourage our student to use student literature or short story in their classroom. They may help them to use the authentic situation or whatever. Look at investment.
thank you for everything. And then I would like to invite Professor to visit Myanmar, especially Bagan, because my native town is near Bagan. So I will bring you to go around the Bagan. Yes. the beauty of our
Okay.
country.
We're
I
waiting to
invite-
visit you.
After the pandemic.
Yeah, sure. I would love to visit to your university each.
Hello.
Yes,
Okay, who?
yes, Omawin.
I think she's on the phone.
I see. Silapapa, thanks. Find the document related to student literature. I used to observe in very famous journal the published in student literature in education classroom EFL contents.
Yes, that's very interesting also. Is it big enough to do as a PhD research? I'm not sure.
Not so big, not so small. These are your teachings.
But we need like to conduct something new, right? Like new knowledge. or something?
It's everything can get the new things in their own things. New thing that means maybe new context in different age or different ones. Because in our fields, not just science or the others, we find another method, but not so big or not so just new idea, new approach or new innovation in thinking of method or process to learn in a good way or very success in the learning side.
Okay. It's a good, interesting topic.
Yes, you not guide you to apply on linguistic. I guide you go to straight literatures. Particular short story or student literatures, I think very useful for EFL student to get familiar with the language in context. Learn and have fun together.
Yeah, student literature is more fun to learn, to teach.
Yes.
It has many fun strategies, and the story is interesting.
Yes, they may not concerned about language learnings, but they can get at the same time they read literatures. They get fun more than language. But automatically they learn language at the same time.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
They may not. Yes, Omawin.
Yes, sir. Yes, yeah. I would like to invite to visit Myanmar.
Sure. We're waiting for a while. We will visit.
Let's go together, all of us.
Yes.
Sira Prabha.
Yes.
Welcome to our Myanmar.
Yes.
Yes, we're going to visit and observe your class as well.
And all my classmates.
And please,
everyone.
Please come to Surin also, okay? I'll take you to the elephant village.
Okay.
I see.
Yes, go on, Omawin.
Yes, sir. No matter. How the weather's now in your place, Omawin? The weather is slightly get down now, get a cold. Yes, sir. Please. Sorry, sir.
Yes. The weather is in your
the
area
weather is
in
fine.
particular.
The weather is fine. Okay.
Not too much land.
Yes.
It's getting cold here in Surin in the morning.
How many hours?
Only in the morning. Only in the morning. The rest is hot.
Sunshine, it's very. For next week, it's the last week for the first semester for your class.
So
Next
fast.
week is the
It
last.
takes
You get exciting. You got exciting.
Are we having finals?
Yes,
Very
next week,
like
final
the
weeks.
For you, for your subject?
No, it's for our semesters. The first semester will finish next week.
When will start second semester, sir?
Maybe week after that.
No break.
No
my,
break.
No break.
Okay. We learn and fun together. It's no break.
James, you're at the beach, เหรอคะ? A lot of coconut trees behind you.
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Teacher James.
Yes.
I take a look for football match announcement. They need
Yes.
a vaccinate document to support to get in the stadium.
Okay. Yes, during the lunchtime, I sent a line message to the ticket office, and they answer me that a TK test is accepted.
Oh, good.
Yes.
You can join.
Yes, maybe tomorrow I can sit beside some of Buriram classmates.
Ajahn Mon will come.
What will happen tomorrow?
Tomorrow it's a big match. Muang Thong against Buriram.
Also,
United.
you guys are going to the football match.
I'm not available now. I'm afraid. For in the crowded.
Class.
Yes. Wait for a while, everyone. Yes. Wait for Professor Gambi will join us soon.
How much is the ticket?
It's about 170 baht to maybe to 200. Yes.
So James is coming.
Maybe yes, maybe.
That's a big match.
Yes, maybe.
Because Buriram against Muang Thong United tomorrow. It's a big match.
What time,
in
huh?
Thai
What
families. They start at what time? 7 p.m. or 6:30.
Oh, in the evening.
Yes, evening time. We support also too. We play.
A match.
Good
Please come
afternoon,
tomorrow.
Professor Gambe. Good morning, I guess, in India now. I think in India it's about 11:40, I guess. 1.5 slower than Thai time. Okay, thank you very so much for your invaluable time with us today, Professor Gambe. And you sent me a message that some of your students, PhD students, new PhD students, they are coming to attend this session as well. That's correct, sir? Can you turn on your microphone, please? Can you turn on? Yeah, good afternoon in Thailand. Yeah. Namaskaran in Indian language and Minkaraba in Burmese language, I guess. What time is it now in India, sir? What time is it now?
It's 12 now, exactly.
Oh, 12. Okay. So
some of my students, they thought it must be India 1 p.m.
Oh, really? 1 p.m. Indian time, it will be 2:30 p.m. in Thailand.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, this is time differences. Yeah.
Ninglaba means Kurumjari in our language.
Oh wow, Kurumjari. Kurumjari is not Indian language, not Sanskrit, not Hindi.
No, Kurumjari is Manipuri, Meitei language.
I see. Kurumjari, Manipuri language, Mingkarabat, Burmese language, Sawadee Krap, Thai greetings. Wow, very interesting.
Part of sociolinguistic studies.
Yeah, now that's the topic you're going to talk about this today.
Let me tell you, my computer crashed.
Yes, that is good, sir. No problem. It always happens.
No, I am going to ask the technician. They are on the way, right? And what should we do? Can you permit me to wait half an hour, or should I progress?
No, we can keep talking because we miss you very so much. We are waiting for you with anxiety. That's correct, Imanchu. You are waiting for people say can be very anxiety. Yeah. So how many students of you will be attending these sessions?
I think not much. Only 3-4 of them will be there. Those who attended Professor Nini's class, she wants to say something. Youngest research scholar, and let's see, because of the kind of confusion, I didn't tell them, but they will. Some of them will join.
Good. Oh, the youngest in my class, the youngest will be Mary, I guess. Mary, you are the youngest in our group. Mary or Vipaporn. Vipaporn is the oldest or youngest. I'm not really sure about this.
I am the youngest.
I am youngest in my heart. Yeah, we are always young in our heart. That's correct.
The youngest in our scholar is only 26 years old.
Wow, is PhD scholar? 26?
Yeah, PhD scholar.
Wow, wow, very young, very young.
They get around 35,000 India.
I see.
For their PhD program, but all recommended by the University Grants Commission.
So how many PhD students under your guidance at this time?
Right, 7.
Yeah, 7.
And,
you need more because some of my students here, they would like to be your advisee.
Let us see. But there are vacancies for postdoc.
I see.
2 vacancies are there.
Okay. So, are you planning to do postdoc with Dr. Gambi? But first, I will recommend you to finish your PhD here first, okay? And then do your postdoc at Swadebo University, all right? Okay. Yeah, we can plan together, yeah. So that's, I saw, who's that? Our friend, Cho Isu, Associate Professor Cho Isu, just saw her. Mary, you just attended our session. Cho Isu, just saw her. She is here, Cho Isu.
I think she left now. So.
Oh, she left now. Yeah, maybe internet problem. Some part of Myanmar now is raining together with storm. All right. I think in Buriram now is going to rain.
No, it was raining here in Imphal also. That's why technician is unable to come.
Oh, so that's why. So the internet problem. The internet problems always come together with rains, with storm, just like that.
Right. Okay. Since last night it has been raining.
Oh, I see.
And today, after the preparation of that, PPT, somehow something has gone wrong and unable to repair. I have come to the department, and department, they are going to install something.
I see. So any floods in Manipur? No flood. Oh, today is holiday. No flood. That's good. In my neighboring provinces, some provinces nearby Buriram, heavy floods. Heavy flood, like at Nakhon Ratchasima next to Buriram. But Buriram is safe city. I think Buriram is the best. So you should come, Mary, Mama, and our Burmese friend should come to Buriram. That is the best city located in this region, I would say.
Yes, we got to come, sir.
Right. All of you are welcome to India. In fact, I had a discussion with Dr. Akaparon, that I think we are planning for this international seminar also, but this time it will be online. So it will be in Mathura, near Delhi.
Oh, Mathura, okay.
Yeah. And we have another new central university in Bodh Gaya.
Bodh Gaya, yeah, I've been there before, about 2 or 3 times.
One of my students have joined there, and one of my former colleagues also joined in the Department of Education. So 4 or 5 of them have got transferred. So they are
very
also
interesting, very interesting. We are Buddhists. We should go to Bodh Gaya to worship the Buddha there, because Bodh Gaya is the land of enlightenment of Lord Buddha, like a Mecca in Muslim.
Yesterday there was one Sankhyo who is building a lot of golden temples in Assam.
I see. Oh, it is Buddhist or Hindu?
Buddhist.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Pradesh, the border
Assam.
to Assam and Arunachal Pradesh.
How far is it from Manipur to Assam?
Us and by air only 25 minutes.
From Manipur?
From Imphal.
Oh, Imphal, yeah. Imphal is the airport or the capital city of Manipur, Imphal. I've been to visit Professor Gambi one time last 2 years, Professor Gambi. I visited you last 2 years. Very nice, big university, the Manipur University. Very nice university, yeah. Okay, so I think in the near future, I, myself, and the ELT program committee, we are planning to have international seminar with Professor Gambi, that we would like to give a floor, academic floor, to Thai student, Burmese student, and Indian student come together and join and share things. Yeah, very soon.
This I have already approached the organizers, all India level. I happen to be the advisor to the webinar committee. So I sometimes occasionally allow Myanmar scholars who are attending, so that they are access to how India is organizing. Every Sunday we organize. So I talk to them for
every
Myanmar.
Sunday.
Every Sunday.
Nice.
But this Sunday I'm a little busy in the university. So the American, webinar jam they offer, because participants ranges from 700 to 800 sometimes. So I'm a little bit away. And there is a good news because Professor Nini is there. Scholars from Myanmar, 4 of them are there. Some of them have already attended, and I have talked to them, and they want me to extend the support to Myanmar scholars.
So please extend your support to Thai scholar as well, please. We are waiting for your support. Yan Somyong, do you agree with me, Yan Somyong? You want to get academic support from Professor Gambi? Yes or no?
Oh, definitely.
Yes.
Not only me, the entire, ELT, English Language Research Association of India, they are ready to support. But
very good.
Thai,
thank you very much.
With Thai, there is no memorandum of understanding. That's
we can sign, sir. We can sign, no problem. We are ready to sign MOU with you. No problem.
I will initiate.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your consideration. Yes.
With Buriram, not with Thai, because Thai has got Thai Tisol.
Thai Tisol, yes, we have Thai Tisol.
Yeah, yes, Tisol are there. So Thai Tisol is not affiliated to us. So as BRU, we can have a kind of memorandum of understanding, and we can. That provision is there. Tomorrow I will put it up so that.
So Professor Gambi, I would like to inform you at the initial state that we are going to have the international conference at BRU during 14 and 16 February next year, and also we are planning to 14 to 16 February. It's a big event, big academic event, not just only international conference, but also cultural festival. That's we call BRIC Festival. BRIC stand for Buriram, Rajabhat, Research Conference and Cultural Festival. That's very interesting I would like you to join this, and also we are planning to have the MOU signing ceremony as well at the time. All right, and not just your well-known University Manipur, University Mary, Chimonshu, and Oman Win. Also, we are planning to sign MOU with your university in Myanmar and India as well, and other countries. About I think 4 or 5 new universities are coming to sign MOU with us at that academic event during 14 and 16. Yes. So I think that's a very good start for us.
Please send me, so I will talk to the Vice Chancellor. He will be very happy.
Sure.
But the registrar, our common friend, your friend, my friend, Professor Chan Babu, is very happy He's very happy to hear. But we have to give a proposal in writing to the Vice Chancellor, because our Vice Chancellor got COVID positive. He is not willing to travel, but he can depute someone.
Yeah, he is a new Vice Chancellor of Manipur University, I guess.
A new Vice Chancellor.
New one, yeah.
New one from history. So he appreciates humanities, social science, and during his time as a registrar, he is the one who have initiated with the kind of memorandum of understanding with Surindra Rajabhat University.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Yesterday,
he used to be the registrar before, this Vice Chancellor?
For 2 terms, yes. For 10 years.
I see. Okay. 10 years. So we highly hope that in the near future we will have Vice Chancellor from English Department, Professor Gambe, I guess. Is this possible?
There is. Now, if you want, I mean, I can propose Professor Prasai, another Central University Vice Chancellor from Tripura. Tripura is border to Myanmar and Bangladesh.
I see.
I think.
Wow, very interesting.
So those possibilities are there.
Sirabapa, we are planning to visit India, and from India to Mandalay, Myanmar, we can go by land, okay, by tuk-tuk or by van and by car, by bus. All right, because when we organize, when my faculty, HUSOC faculty BRU, organized the conference in Mandalay, Professor Gambi, he traveled from India to Mandalay by land, by car. Very interesting, very challenging. I see. Yeah, maybe we go to visit Professor Gambi in Manipur, and then from Manipur to Mandalay, and from Mandalay to Yangon, and from Yangon to visit Omawin, probably to Jimonshu. Yeah, we can visit our friends throughout Myanmar. Yeah, that's very funny, very challenging, I guess.
Welcome to Myanmar, teacher.
So Ajahn Ek will take us for 1
Only
month.
welcome.
Yeah, 1 month. This our trip will take about 1 month. Yeah.
Yeah, Doctor,
tell my boss.
I can give you another information, like though you offer me to travel by air, but why I choose, because I took Lilavati with me, who organized.
Oh, Lilavati, she is very active.
But I didn't know that she will become the head of the Department of Dance, but she's very young. I wanted her to introduce to you, and she presented a demonstration of Manipuri dance, and she enjoyed. And luckily, with that kind of certificate, she got because in India, to become the head, we look at academic achievement criteria. How many seminars, how many papers they have presented. The assistant. So she happens to be much better because she has already given her performance in other countries in the globe. And so
I think she is going to be full professor very soon, I guess.
No. She will be associate after 3 years, not now.
3 years. But now she's assistant professor.
Now she's assistant professor.
And next 3 years will be associate, I guess.
Congratulations to you also. You have initiated, and Professor Nini Lang supported, and I gave the idea how to give a project proposal for 1 crore India rupee. Around
1 crore.
1 crore Indian rupees. He got 60 lakhs Indian rupee. It's a big
ศิล
sum.
ปภา
And those,
one grow in Thailand เนี่ย one โกด1โกด2โกดเนี่ย one grow is many is a big amount of money เนาะ
see,
เทียน
God,
เทียน
that's
The
why
language
she
is
wanted
similar.
to.
No, we
Yeah.
are talking also linguistic, all right? One grow is one code in Thai, just like that. one lakh is one lakh is lan, not compete lan, all right? Lakh means million. Lakh in Indian language lakh. Lakh means a lot of money. So I think I would say that Indian governments they support the scholars to different from other countries. All right. I also got a scholar from Indian embassy when I did my PhD. Yeah.
If you give the kind of suggestion, I can also.
I would suggest you to do your postdoc in India, very cheap, and maybe you can get scholar. Yes, you can scholarship from Professor Gambi. Yeah.
Possible.
Easy to get scholarship from India.
No, for postdoc there is no scholarship, but for PhD, for PhD, postdoc scholarship is offered to Indians only.
I see. How many years for postdoc?
2 years, 1.5 years to 2 years. But it has to be post PhD and having at least 2 or 3 publications.
I see.
Even TCI can be considered because I'm in the board.
Oh yeah, you're one out of board. That's very easy for us.
Yeah, it will be easy. But for PhD,
you planning to do your postdoc there? But firstly, I would like you to finish your degree here at BRU and then go. Not now. Now you are not allowed
My
to
life
go.
depends on you,นะคะ.
Yes, okay. Yes, it depends on me. Only it depends on the company as well. Yeah. Okay, very interesting. Mary, you been to Manipur University before, Mary? Never.
No, sir.
Are you planning to visit Professor Gambe?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, we will visit him together. Yeah.
Oh, I think it was Mary who mentioned that she is a Thai in Myanmar. Dao Mary.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Thai in Myanmar. It was interesting because there are some community who presented folk songs yesterday, a seminar. But I wanted him to sing the song so that how similar we are.
Okay. I saw Sin Misu. How Sin Misu? Yeah, Sin Misu. She attended our session. Very happy to see her again. She's from Myanmar, and she got a scholarship from Manipur University. When I was in Manipur, I had a good chance to talk to her. Simonsu, she's a very active student. Simonsu is here, I guess.
The HUSOC conference in Mandalay was really a boon, blessing in disguise for Jinmi Su. Right?
Oh, yes, of course, definitely.
And also for Dr. Lilavati, who organized and who got the project. And I introduced her and how to apply the project. We are not allowed. The projects are meant for assistant professors.
I see.
Assistant professors can do some projects, but we can apply for the international collaboration. We have to discuss.
Yes, we can extend our academic collaboration. Yeah. Now a lot of your students, I think 4 or 5 students under your supervision, they are attending this session, I guess.
So I'm sifting. I'm sifting from this to my laptop. It's being installed, right?
Okay. So I mean, you're going to talk.
I will start
within 10 minutes, and then you will ending your session at about maybe 8 p.m. All right? From now until 8. Okay, sure. Yeah. ตายแน่เลยจันเทียนวันนี้ Are you going to die or not? I don't know. We are going to end our session at about 8 p.m. today. Not sure. Okay, Simon Su is here. So maybe you can introduce your students to all of us. That will be good. We can get familiar with them.
Okay.
Or maybe you can ask them to introduce herself or himself.
Yeah.
Because in the near future, we become friends.
So
which one is the where?
Right. It's in the list of scholars. Would that? Yeah. First, this one. Adu I baya baluga. Okay.
Ready?
Almost ready.
Okay.
Noi ani join do na tro. But one of you can attend there. Saisida. Amit, you can stay there. Right. This can write.
Please mute it for a while.
Sin Meso, how are you? Are you going to finish your PhD very soon, Sin Meso? Wow, you look changed. You look changed. Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, nice to see you online. Sin Meso. Okay, I met her last few years in Manila.
Yes, sir.
We had a meeting together at a conference, and then after that, she got a scholarship from Manipur University. How many years now PhD at Manipur University?
Sir, I finished 2 years and I left only 1 year, sir.
Oh, only 1 year left.
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's very nice. What now have you got thesis title?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got it.
Okay, what is your interesting thesis title? It's also sociolinguistics, sociolinguistic?
Yes, it related with social linguistics. My title is the role of culture in ELT.
Oh, role of culture in ELT.
Yes, sir.
Very nice, very nice. Wow. Only you spent 2 years for your coursework. All right.
Yeah.
So how many